Good evening and welcome. Oh my god, we're going back to Satisfactory. Ah, rage, rage, rage. Ah, it's good. It's good stuff. 15 minutes. Oof, 15 minutes. All right, we might have to start before Ice Cream as it comes back. But, you know, we'll. I promise I won't be productive. Whose channel built the most smart unmatched Timberborn layouts? Yeah, I know, Red Devil. I know that the real engineer get like 1 million views for a Timberborn video and basically go like, yeah, I want to build this. And like, oh, it takes a long time. So I just build it in creative mode. Well, it's kind of this. And then I was like, that's it? That's it? Yeah, that's it's kind of underwhelming, a lot of those videos. But you know, it's catering to a broader audience, and fuck it, that's just how it is. You can also just look at TikTok and get millions of views on just crap. So yeah, that's not where we are. What we're aiming for. So I have I do other stuff, and I'm kind of no, I'm really happy with how it works for me. Now there are ups and downs, obviously, and I like the fact that I can take new games and then showcase them, and sometimes we find some hidden gems, like for example Cosmoteer or Timberborn, and other times we just find something. Other times we just find something we don't really want to do. So it's, I don't know. I like it, but it also, like, when I do this kind of content that I do, then it will be having a narrow audience, but the audience will be more, I hope, loyal. I hope engaged, because it'll be something that's really helpful. And if you go to my website and find some blueprints and download them and put in your game, then we have a better connection, sort of from a viewer, content creator, than someone where you're just watching, go like, heh, and then go move on to the next one. So that's kind of where I want to be, and that's also reflected in, I'd say, the percentage of audience that is supporting on Patreon, and that's really, yeah, I predict middle, not available until T4. I don't know what that means. So we'll just get started on trying to figure out how this works. I have not prepared anything. I didn't want to prepare anything to see how the blueprint works. Hey, Bartek, good evening. Yeah, I'm also excited to see how it works. I must admit that I have been very careful not to put too high expectations. I don't think it's gonna be particularly useful. I think that, okay, I think it'll come in waves. I think that first we have this anticipation joy where we're really high up. Then when we get in, we realize all the things we can't do. And once we sort of go through the 5 stages of grief, then we come out with the acceptance and go like, okay, this is our world now. How can we abuse it? And then we'll start making some weird designs that are just gonna be like crazy. And we would never build like this, but we're probably going to build it like this, because yeah, like we can also do, like, you could do hovering buildings, you can do all sorts of crap. We're going to be experimenting today with, yeah, don't get too excited. The bugs are pretty front and center at the moment. I mean, if there's anything we can say about the Coffee Stain Studio, is they do put the bugs out there. But the good news is that they'll probably be fixed in 1.5 years. Phenomenon Mix, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Yo, what are we building today? We're going to be testing blueprints. So just stuff. Hitting invisible blue arrows. Keep your expectations low, boy, and you will never be disappointed. Oh, that's amazing. Factory Masquerade, that's amazing. See, this is also one of the things that I was thinking about, like the first God of War. I got excited, and the relationship between father and son was crisp, and it was like something me as a father can relate to. Like, you want to help them, and like how much love and how much protection and how much let them make their own mistakes, all those things. But that's not at all in the new God of War. Then it's just like, I don't want you. It's just angry teenager, and it's like, there's not this like the scene from the first one where Atreus kills the deer in the beginning, and Kratos just almost puts his hand on him and then go, it goes away, and it's like, oh, you were so close to being, oh, those, oh man, you can just feel it, right? So that's yeah, don't be sorry, be better. Yeah, yeah. DSP has amazing blueprint system. It has the best blueprint system, I think. Yeah, I mean, Factorio is also... Factorio is good, except for the blueprint management system. That's pretty awful. Dyson Sphere, pre-blueprint, hundreds of hours. Yeah, my wrist is still hurting from just us talking about the opening and closing doors in Dyson Sphere program. That's not going to be a good thing. So, what we're going to do now, there is no commitment from my side on how much we're going to be playing Satisfactory. We're going to be playing it for 4 hours today, or 5 hours, that's up to you. And we will be just figure out what's there and having fun with it. And if we, after that, figure out that we want to do another session, then I'll try to schedule another stream where we do that. But I don't think that this will be a motivation for me to go, yeah, now we're going to be cruising along because now everything is open. I don't think so. I don't think that's worthwhile for us to do. I don't know if that makes sense. It's definitely something. It also depends on your interest. If you love it and we have tons of good ideas, then absolutely we're going to be throwing more time in it. So it's up to you. If you like it and I like it, then we'll continue. If we're having fun, if it's just like, this is just banging our head against the wall, then we'll wait and come back to it a bit later. Yeah. On a globe, that's an amazing achievement. Yeah, but it's still a 2D surface. That's the part where Satisfactory, they have, with their data model of not forcing things on a grid, they have made blueprints so much harder, right? Stuff like Captain of Industry is also blueprints, and they are 3D blueprints, but they're not as 3D blueprints because they're still sort of, there's a check, a point here and a point there, and then there's a belt between, and as long as you keep the information about where the belts are, then it's going to be fine. Oh, they're also on a grid-like machine, but can't you sort of... Yeah, you must be able to break it. I'm sure that we can find a way to sort of get free form if we really wanted to. I don't want to, but I'm sure we can. We can always choose like the barricades to flip things and then replace things on top of barricades. So I think... Anyway, I think that's enough preamble. Let's dive in and see if we can get... Oh, I just realized that we probably can't even see the game. And we can't see the game. Cast to a specific window called Cosmoteer. That's probably not it. Let's find one that's called Factory Game Win 3064. Still funny that it's called Factory Game. Like, someone just... We have to make the exe file now. Shit. What are we going to call it? I don't know. We have the working title. Our internal title is not Factorio, but kinda. We can't call it Factory Game. Yeah, we'll fix it later. But you can't fix it afterwards. If you have that, then all the servers of, yeah, once the exe file is named, you don't want to, not going to change it. I feel like Satisfactory has been, how can we make our jobs harder? Sweet. Let's do that. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I think it's immensely complex, and that's why it's, yeah. Update 6. Oh, we need to do a new update. Season 7. This is the last one. Let's just jump into this one and see. My project exe. Yep. Well. Excited? I mean, you probably watched some of the other people's stream. I'm satisfied with... Oh, certainly not. Huh? Yeah. It's a pretty good game. A game title. It's pretty damn crisp, that name. It's... And I was like, what other factory names are there? None really. Olfactory? a smelling factory. We're back in the game. Yeah. But there's just too many things that try to be clever. Yeah, and I think even, oh, I just have to remember the hotkeys. Even like Factorio, that's like factory and then IO. That's also probably not a coincidence. I feel we're really slow. Can we even get over there? Look at this beautiful building we built. Oh, this green color? Holy shit, this green color has been there forever. Yep. Don't even have to change the hype train overlay. We're just gonna go back and just figure out where we are. Major issue with FPS drop when placing belts in some places. Pfft, okay. Yeah. Early access, experimental, beta versions, all of that stuff just seems like an excuse for not doing internal testing. Like, some places being almost everywhere. Lovely. Well, I mean, it's not like belts are particularly important, are they? Harsh but true. It's... Hey, Viking Bread, thank you for gifting us up.
Loyalty is greatly appreciated.
It is unfortunately the case that you can just... And I hate it when I'm commenting on a game that is full of bugs and then people go, well, it's early access, what can you expect? Like, no. Early access doesn't mean shit anymore. Early access is a game that you put on Steam and you're charging money for it. Then I don't care what you call it. You're charging money for it, then it's... This case, sure, first day, experimental branch, it's perfectly fine that there are bugs. That's perfectly fine. But it shouldn't be game breaking. But you know, that it can happen. I don't mind it on day one on experimental branch. For sure. If it has to be anywhere, then it has to be here. Okay, so what are we... Okay, and tier 8, that's kind of not new. Okay, so this is the only new thing, right? Oh, that's definitely not particle enrichment, you idiot. That one. I was like, what? Turbo motors for that? There we got that one. And we got that one. So let's go get some other stuff we're missing. Two kinds of early access games. There are early access games and then there are actual early access games. Yeah, I think Captain of Industry is an excellent example of early access. Darkest Dungeon 2 is an excellent example. Like that, maybe even Darkest Dungeon 2, maybe you're not so familiar with it, but basically what they did was they built the entire engine to work and then had the content and it worked, and then that was sort of, okay, this is the gameplay, it works, it's solid, it's pretty much bug free, but it doesn't have much content because content is easy to add afterwards and balance is easy to change. And then they can add new characters, new zones, new bosses, new items, and new sort of extra mechanics. But the core mechanics, like how does combat work, is there already. And then they can tweak like a percentage hit or something like that. I think that's an excellent way because you get something that's a good experience and you are just left like, I just want more. There's not enough content. Please give me more. Instead of coming in and there's like a million things, but they're all half broken, then you're just leaving in frustration and not... Then I'm not thinking, oh, I'm coming back in half a year when they fix all this shit. No, that's more likely that I never come back because I left with a bad experience. I don't know, that's how I feel. I don't know how you guys feel about those kind of things. Darkest Dungeon 2 is a good example. It is very gloomy, very, very dark at night. Whew, maybe it's because it's cloudy. Let's also say like something like Captain of Industry was also just working. Now the part that I would not say that's a perfect example is because there hasn't really been an update to Captain of Industry for half a year. Granted, they're working on it. It looks pretty amazing what they got in store, and we'll definitely come back to it. But early access should be like, I think a 2-month cycle would be nice to sort of, here's something new on a 2-month cycle. Let's hear if there's any comment. Nope, just get working. We have that. And we also should have a gun, a blueprint gun. Is that the new item over here? No? I thought it was Gotta be a new item. Let's see what we actually researched. Oh, build gun. Okay. It was just a build gun upgrade. Nothing new here. Build better blueprints. Where's the upgrade for build better blueprints? Anything new here? I wish there was a... what's new in the store? Don't know if there's anything new. Clean pipelines, they were added before. Oh, that one. Don't think I didn't see that. Maybe that's not new right now. Half foundations. That's odd. Okay, I don't know if they are update 7 new or they are update 6 new. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. Goat music boom. Oh, the boombox. Yeah, that's we are aware. We have just gracefully ignored that. There. Good. So, where do we want to build on this? I want to build close, so we can come back and grab stuff easily. Could make a platform over there. Yeah, let's make a big fat platform. I can't remember the hotkeys, so sorry about that. I'm clicking here to sort it, but that didn't work. Ah. Yeah, roof conveyor poles. Yeah. Ooh. And let's get some... Oops, where are they? There you are. I don't want to carry all of this with me. They can just be thrown away. Sweet. I think this is a good place to build it. It's not that far away. Not nuclear power waste. Yay. Hold on. The build gun got broken. I can no longer just point at things. Oh, I can, but not. Oh, not concrete. Oh, but buildings I can point and click here, and then just middle click and pick it up, but not. Okay, from here, no. That might be a good change. But once I have something, then I can pick it up. Okay, that might actually be a good change. Okay. Do we think that's enough? Probably isn't. We'll take that. And then we'll get just some power lines. Good. And then I can't click here. That's definitely new. And did they ever fix? Yeah, they did fix the nuclear water. So that's good. Let's see. Switch to that one. This is a good enough place. Are we ready to get started? I don't know how I'm gonna build this, but I just figure that we are gonna have like multiple designs, like those buildings just standing there, being ready to be designed and stuff. Cool. Hello, Sticky. Good evening. There, so that's 10. I think 10 is a good number because if we want to build that thing, oh yeah, that's probably, okay, it's gonna be 4x4, I think, right? So it's gonna be here. This one is gonna be empty, and then it's gonna be here, here. That's gonna be our alignment splitter. Let's hope they work for this. One and 2. So this is again our alignment splitter. And then we go there. How big is it? Okay, let's just figure out how big this is. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Coaching on something else's clearance. That one's clearance. Okay. I can't select splitters either. All right. Try again. Well, that's going to be impossible to adjust here. How the hell am I going to adjust it if it doesn't have control lines? Okay, I need to move it one further back. Lovely. This is right across from us. This is one out. That's another one. Try again. I mean, not that it's super important, but it is super important. Okay, so we did 1. That's better. Ah, that's perfect. Yeah, look at that. Sweet, that was easy. Okay, so what do we have here? New blue for gnomes, like category. Okay, interesting. So, see if there's frustration involved. Yeah, I guess that we just build stuff. What is this one? Doesn't it need power? You imagine that it needs power. No? No power? Seems odd. Cannot build buildables in a designer to world buildables. Ah, no connection outside. Okay. I think we definitely need to make sure that we have floatiness around this. So that's going to be a 5x5 grid here. It'll be contained within a 5x5. That seems good because that's still going to give us ability to float everywhere inside. Maybe with the very exception of there. Am I dropping? Yes, because of course. Rails from outside crashed the game. Lovely, lovely. Hey, Sticky, thank you for the 2 years.
Welcome home.
All right, so what do we want to do here? Now we have it. So let's build like the most basic thing that I want to do. Like I would imagine that I would always want. Oh, I like these grid things, lines, things. That one. And then a splitter. This is like my default builds, right? Let's start by stuff we absolutely know. And love. And love, not to forget. And then comes the problem that I can't connect them outside. And oh, how I don't like it. Oh, I know, I know. Oh, that's so annoying. Hello. When you save your blueprint, be sure to specify the items per minute it generates. Like this production. Oh, right. Maybe not after you spent too much time on it. What? And then that's not allowed, but we're allowed to do this. And then I guess we could take... This would be like the most basic of blueprints for me. Can't believe they broke that. They was such a nice feature and now they broke it. Like the fact that I could just point at items and then middle click was so nice. But now they have prevented it from working on concrete. I can understand that. But splitters, man, it works here. It does only works here if you already have something in hand. So if I want to pick up a splitter, which is something we always do, we always just mess around with splitters. You can still switch to some, yeah, of course, but there's a hell of a difference between 1 click and 2 click. That is twice as much work. Now that's still easier to do it that way. Yeah, you know, it was a really nice change they had made, and now they have reverted that change, it seems. So I think that we'll see something, another little problem with this kind of builds is that what tier are we going to make it? Not the God of War, but tier as in T-I-E-R, not T-Y-R. So this is like, hey, as basic as Nido's blueprints can get. Oh, well, maybe also do that. Ta-da! Ta-da! And how useful is this? Depends on how easy it is to construct. Let's also just imagine that it's actually building something. I don't know. Circuit boards. Okay. So I think I want to make more in terms of generic blueprints rather than specific blueprint. Now here is the other case. Like this is where we get into the realm of stupidity. No floor for it? No, because I would always have a floor and then build it on the floor. Oh no, there's something going through. Let's do a first little trial here. This one is test, because of course we've got 2 assemblers. There we go. Set directory. And can we... What did I do? I don't know what I did. Add blueprint here. Ah, okay. Edit. Add directory. New directory. Edit directory. Junk. Test. Blueprints. Yeah, select that icon. Trash. There we go. And then we are going to apply changes. And then we go in here. And then we select into that one. I can place blueprint here, but I can't place it here. To add subcategory, press the edit button and then press the add subcategory. You can also drag the blueprint. Okay, so if I save it, it's now here. Oh, that's why it goes into this one. Okay. And then we load. I don't know how I get it from into that one. How can we make blueprints as awful as possible? I think they might have been so okay. And as soon as I click it here, it gets built. Maybe. What if I? Okay. What if I clear designer, and then take just a little bit out, and then load. Oh, it didn't care. These two should not have been built. You kidding me? Okay, so it does. I want to figure out what happens if I don't have it. You do not have the resource to load the blueprint. Okay, but it does display this at least. Okay, so we cannot look at the blueprint unless you can actually build it. Now, how the hell would I move this blueprint into another location? Set directory. Now I set directory and I click it here. How do I select this one? If I hit click here, add blueprint, no, I want it here. I don't know how you guys drag and drop, but that's must be a subcategory. New subcategory. Oh, that's so okay. Let's add 3 because of course. I don't know what these are. Sure. Hello, freak. And I don't know what that means. Nice to have a warning. Name is already in use. Yeah. You're gonna see that a lot. How do I just access my blueprints? Like, if I just wanted to go in and just look at my blueprints, how would I want to see, where are my blueprints? Q. Blueprints. Sweet, there's another tab. Great. Oh. Oops. Well, that seems fine. Good. Something that wasn't a problem before. I was like deleting stuff. Okay, so what we do here is we build stuff. I had the conveyor lift going through the floor hole and did not draw properly. Okay, yeah, that's the kind of thing. Is like, how are we gonna be? Here is the feature you're back for. It's pretty unusable and made horrible, but now you have it, so stop complaining. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Um. All right. Well, we can always just clear this, and then start over. Just clear designer, and then do some new design. Good evening, Proto ZMAC, and good evening, Nikon. Like, then I'm looking at stuff like here. Yay, water extractors. Can't do those because you can't place them on water. Can you build a blueprint? Overlapping? Like, I think that as soon as it goes out. I am gonna use my old friend. Where are you? There. This one. This is our bestest friend. I wonder if that's gonna work. Come on. You can attach to it. Damn you. I know you want to. I think I just... Yeah. Well, that was the thing. Yep, perfect. It's outside blueprint. Yeah, but that's the point, right? It's definitely not sparking incitement. I know. I'm the thing is, like, it's really difficult to figure out what would be useful to do, right? Like, let's say let's just have a look at here. I don't know. Let's just look at random crap and then just imagine what we could be imagine. Like, for example, biomass. Like, in the beginning of the game, no, you can't have it because you need this as level 4, but that would also be the one where you go like, oh, I always have to build like these things for biomass and just stamp it down one. What could be an interesting thing? So, okay, so the thing is, this, when I build normally, then I have to build like this because otherwise I go insane. But if it's in a blueprint, you can kind of have a completely wrapped up thing, Gordian knot, and just know that this is a black box. It doesn't do anything except what it needs. It can be placed here. So, like, imagine we actually make it into a black box that does something. Like, I'd like the idea of just saying, hey, you can put this black box in, you put coal in here and iron in here, and then you get something. Like, what is plastic would be a good idea. Plastic would be fun. Ooh, oops, there we go. In another save and pull them in a new game, I believe. Yeah, if you couldn't do that, it would be useless, right? It would be good to I don't know what that's. Maybe put a bit more effort into that. No, train tracks are not working, so that's not working. Good evening, Urchlak. Look like you can put parts of a manifold in there to make extending it easier. Yeah, I mean, that's what we did here, but you still have to connect between each module. You still have to connect the power and the belts. So Yeah. Yeah, refineries, that's what we wanted to see. Refineries, let's try that. They're good. What does our initial plastic look like? Huh. Let's do a little fun design for plastic and then just kind of see what it could look like. Can't do both the inputs and outputs if I find not enough room. We'll see. Alright, what is the first kind of plastic we do? I can't remember anything from the beginning. I can't remember anything from this game. Let's see. So we get crude oil into plastic and... No, that doesn't seem right. Seems even less right. I think it's this one, right? Nope, power poles cannot connect to adjacent things because when you go here, then you'd have to sort of connect outside and says cannot connect to buildables outside. Alright, where's our initial plastic? I can't even remember that. Where initial plastic is right over there. I can't remember a damn thing. This one. Oh, that's the packaging plastic thing. This is actually our current plastic. Did we build any earlier plastic than this? I don't think so. Now this is our fuel, so the plastic is below. That's the coal. No, that's the plastic. Right, so the way it works, I can't remember anything. Sorry about that. Crude oil into rubber and plastic directly. Okay. Yes. It requires modular thinking. Yeah, but that's luckily something we're pretty good at. So let's see if we can't apply this. We're gonna have to sacrifice some things that are usually sacred to us, like placements and stuff, in order to just figure out what we can do. But I'd like the idea that we can have a blueprint for initial plastic, for example. That just makes sense. Good. So here we wanted to get like the default plastic and rubber, maybe. $30 inbound. Oh. Let's start from here and just kind of see. Since we're not recycling anything, we can do something like this and go. Nope. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, this can't be built any further out, can it? Yeah, this is definitely as far to the side, but then it doesn't adhere to any goals here. Okay, so this is... they can't do copy paste like that. I'm just trying to figure out. So this makes crude oil into plastic. Then we have the heavy oil residue. What do we want to do with heavy oil residue? I kind of want to build another one of these next to it. So we could make also some rubber as well. So that we now take 2 in, which kind of means the manifold has to be on the outside of the design. But the idea of this is also, I guess, to be... How much space do we have up here? Not a lot. Like, these are the kind of ways that we have to think. I don't know. But I just also have to figure out what it is. Maybe it's actually the other one. If I didn't build this one, but build the real plastic one, residual plastic. Just trying random crap here. Crude oil in. The thing is, we'd like to be able to use the heavy oil residue for something useful, for example. We'd really like to find some kind of blueprint that is modularized and takes a simple input and a simple output, but has some complexity in between. That's kind of what I'm looking at. For example, like this, it might not be the most efficient way, but if I can take crude oil in and only get plastic out, then it doesn't matter that it's not effective, but it's something I can just stamp down modules and go like, I put oil in and I get plastic out and I don't have to worry about it. Stamp, 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 stamp. For example, that would be like the cool idea, right? Because that's something you can do in the beginning and you go, hey, I just need some plastic. So for example, this one, we can make the polymer resin. We can make that into... Hey, Calicos Play, thank you for the 28.
Welcome home.
Ah, shit, water. I thought there was something bad about it. The water is the bad stuff. Be pretty useful for putting down splitters, since spacing out splitters is a large component of building factories now. Yeah, but... I think it's... You also have to factor in how much time you spend on maintaining 17 different blueprints of various splitter configurations you might need, and now you need one of them, and is it number 8 or number 9? And then you start stamping, no, it was number 9, shit. Okay, redo. All of that is also part of you saving something. Woof Tata, thank you for the 6 months. Is it good or not? I am desperately looking for a good case. For something where it would be useful. So polymer resin could be with water. That means we need crude oil and water in. Yeah, okay. Hey, Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. And okay, so the residual can plus water can be done in here, and then the heavy oil can also. Really? Ah, plastic. I thought there was one. Oh, there's no heavy oil to plastic. Okay. Would it be possible to make... No, this loop would also require a blender inside, which is big. %97 useless. Heavy oil to resin. There's no heavy oil to resin. Oil to oil residues to fuel to plastic. Yeah, but then we still stuck with the heavy oil then. Oil to oil residue, crude oil to residue, like this one. This is the high residue. And then the residue, we can turn that into rubber. And then this can turn into fuel. And then we can take the fuel plus... Yeah. That's the blender recipe. There's no room for a blender. I can't imagine we can fit a blender in. I'm really desperately now trying to find something that we'd want to have in a improvement. I mean, this is like this one, and then the question is, what are we using the polymer resin for? It's way too small. It absolutely is. The packager is advantageous because it's something that's a pain in the ass to set up, but once it's set up, you don't really care about it, which is kind of the advantage of this. Let me think. Maybe to sink the resin. Never ever gonna happen, because that would... Then I'd need to put a 3x3 shredder in here, and that's not happening. I also just don't know what am I trying to make fuel? Am I trying to make plastic? Crude oil comes in and becomes... Maybe we make it outside of that first. Okay, if we get crude oil in and becomes... What if it becomes like this? 20 rubber and 20 heavy oil residue. Then we take the heavy oil residue. I think we can take it in one of these. No, it's a packager. Isn't it? No. Packages just have to be there. Then... Okay, so now we have rubber, that we park that on the side. We take the heavy oil residue and make the heavy oil into... Maybe the diluted fuel, maybe. The alkyd sheet, yeah, I was thinking that's another one. Will the fuel generator even fit? I don't want the fuel generator in here. I want fuel outside. Let's... Okay, so this would get heavy oil residue plus water into fuel. And then I would need another one here to go kind of straining it, right? To be residual recycled plastic, rubber plus fuel. And then I just hope that the ratios fit, and they don't. And then I don't know what I'm going to do. Definitely don't want to do the packaging outside. The blueprint is mainly for making many modules than one production line, I would say. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. Then it would be built very different. It seems to me that they really want to make modules that do everything, except it's too small. But alkyd might be something that would be fun to build, because we can kind of build it up, or we have to build it up high. Whatever we want to do, then even if we could get the right recipes here, or right ratios, let's try that just for the hell of it. I get 20 out, 20 goes in here. 20, yeah. 20 gets twice as much, so that's 40 fuel out. 40 fuel plus 20 rubber is what I have. 40 plus 20. So I have an excess amount of fuel coming out of this. And heavy oil residue into diluted fuel into recycled rubber plastic plus some residual rubber. That's typical oil tripling. Yeah, that's the one we have, but we're going to come out with an excess amount of we are coming out with, we're getting 30 water in, no, 30 crude oil in, some water, I think it's 40 water, and then what we get out is 40 plastic and 20 fuel, and that would require 1, 2, 3 refineries plus 2 packages. That's kind of possible, right? That could happen. That could happen. Well, Dalom, it cannot be the case. Okay, you are just talking about things that don't make any sense. First of all, if you're thinking about the theoretical maximum, then you can watch my video about how that I've already done that in the perfect way, but that's industrial scale. You need a blender recipe, you can also do it with this one, but we're talking about a 4x4 build here. So if you can find a way to do that in a 4x4, be my guest, but we only have 3 refineries available. So looping it back is not really an option, and you absolutely must be able to loop it back and have both. You need a minimum of 4 refineries in order to do what you're proposing, and there can't be 4 refineries in here, so not happening. What? Who took our motors? Damn. Okay, this should be possible. I guess this has to be like the middle of middle things. Milo, welcome. There. There. Rotate. Every game has a different way of rotating. And then I have to take that out. Unfortunately, there isn't really room up here for building anything because this is going to be in the way. Can you build blueprint onto already built buildings? Like reusing half a blueprint? I can't imagine that would be the case. And it definitely wouldn't snap. Okay, let's start with the first stuff inbound. The first stuff inbound is that it makes some random rubber. Good. We have random rubber and we have some heavy oil. The heavy oil has to go in. What if I just do this one? Maybe that's kind of okay. If I, instead of having 60 inbound and 40 outbound, then get 20. So I divide by 3, then it's 40 divided by 3, that's 16 point a little bit. And then this one is going to be doing recycled plastic. If I only have 16 here, then I'm only going to be able to consume 16 here. And that's 20 coming out. It's not going to work. Because in this design, if in Satisfactory, if the ratio, in most games, if the ratio is not perfect, then you have to do something with the excess. And I can't do anything with the excess. So stuff like this isn't going to work. I'd have to sort of have 2 outputs, which kind of defeats the point of all of this. Trying to sort of get a bit more extra utilization. This is a bad idea. Fuck me. I can't figure out a single thing that's worthwhile doing here. Smelters! Yay! Let's do smelters. It just seems so small. Yeah, it's so small that it's completely useless. It is completely useless. I don't know. I just have such a hard time figuring out what I would do to make it useful. And the worst part is, like, the one thing that I've been thinking that it would be useful for is making my starter hub give you blueprints, but you can't use them because this is tier 4, so you can't get them in anyway. So you can't even get this. To burn the extra fuel? No, I mean, it's needed for late game, not early game. Yes or no. So what I'm thinking it could be used for is stuff more along the lines of like, let's see, and this is where I think it'll be used. Oh, it's so close, so close.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome
Ice
home.
Magnum, thank you for the 8 months. Okay, where you can connect external train tracks to it be warned it can crash your game. Yay. I honestly think this is the least useless way that it can be used. Something like this, right? Maybe it could be used for Blender with 4 inputs. Just click in and yeah. That's also one of the things I'm looking at. But honestly, like, it's not really very much, because Blender with 4 inputs, yeah, but how many Blender recipes actually have 4 inputs that you need to deal with? Right? I don't know. Well, let's see. Turbo fuel, blend fuel. Cooling system. Alternate instant scrap that no one ever uses. Alright, so basically, Blender with 4 recipes is basically, do you want turbo fuel or do you want a cooling system? Right, so again, like, do you really have a blueprint for 2 recipes that you'll probably never use? And it can save some time. Really? Could maybe reduce things into small sets of modular blueprints that link up together. Yeah, except they don't link up together. That's the part. The part is that they don't link up together. So building something like this is a classic case of how I build. We could have a blueprint that's 2 of these. We could have a blueprint that's 2 of these. And that would be fine. We could also have a blueprint that's 2 of these. And you can't soup blueprints. Nope. And that's the extent of it. I would have 1, 2, 3 blueprints done. And even the refinery, I'm not really sure that it's valid, to be honest. I think the main point of it is that if you build a big build, then it's much less likely that you make a mistake on while doing it. That's definitely a good thing. I feel that we are okay. Okay, now how do I explain this the right way? I can't, but we've been given this, and now everyone is, depending on your perception, some people will go like, well, actually, if you really spend 10 hours on doing it, then maybe, and have something, then you can save a few clicks here, and it's still something. And I was like, yeah, okay, but then maybe I'm just a bit more of a realist or pessimist and go like, is it really worthwhile? Like, my blueprints in Dyson Sphere program or Factorio save people a lot of time. Like, if you want to look at those builds and you want to copy it, it takes forever and you're likely to make mistakes. And there are just so much setup in all the inputs and outputs and filtering and inserters and output, and all that stuff is just done. And that's why it's useful. I don't think that we have things as generic in Satisfactory that we can say the best way to make, I don't know, coal is probably a good idea. Like, coal might be something that's, because coal is a specific build that I always do the same way. Coal is a good build. Like, that would be a module that we can build. Let's do a module of a coal build. Let's get the elements of it. There's, in my opinion, only one way to make coal. And yet we still have the problem of not being able to have belts on the inputs and outputs here. And here's another thing. Like, do you know if it's going to be pointing this way or that way? Do you then need 2 blueprints for it? That's the kind of thing that I'm also thinking is a huge limitation. Like, suddenly all of your things will always be that way and back, or that way and back, or always out and further out, or always that way and further out. So does inputs always come from one side? Sometimes one input comes from one side, one comes from the other side, because one comes from a nearby mine and the other one comes from the train station. And then suddenly you need a million different combinations of where are they coming from. That's enough for you, but I bet in a couple of days someone will remove the space constraint. Yeah, probably. And that's the thing. Like, if you want to have standardized builds, then you have also now constrained yourself. If we look at stuff like this is going out one way and back the other way. It is more specifically, if this is the equivalent, it would be coming in this way and going out that way. But what if I wanted the other one? That's the part. So I'd have to have a left and a right for each. And ideally, which is never going to happen, you'd also have an, like, same direction or reverse direction. There, right? Same or reverse. There's a problem with every blueprint, though. Yes, except it isn't, because in Dyson Sphere program, it's not a problem, because things come back to your PLS or your ILS. In Factorio, it's less of a problem, because I've just designed it the way that it works. I don't think there's a mirror function. That would be very optimistic. I'm really looking at it from an applicability side of things, and then thinking, is this like, the amount of time we spent on getting this ready, will we get that back? Also, here's another thing. What level belt am I going to use? They can't connect, can they? No. Is it? It was a merger. That's why. I was like, that can't be. Yeah, and this definitely does not, has to be a level 1. Right, so we can have it. This is basically how I would always make steel. Only difference would be probably want to get this. So I think the main advantage is mainly in not making mistakes, unless you have a blueprint with mistakes, and then you just copied your mistakes everywhere. I have no idea if I'm. You want to go out and back? I think out and back is better because that means you can extend further out. Like you can make a smaller build and you can extend it further if you make out and back. Can't really do that if you make out and forwards. This. I think the blueprint gun would be better. You build one example, mark it like debugging. Yeah. I think so too, but I also understand why they did it this way, because this is a way for them to have control of it. This is, my guess is, now I don't know, is that this is something that someone has been working on for a long time. And they've been sort of keeping it in the box, and then it's getting ready. Maybe that's because that's how I would run it. If I was product manager of Satisfactory, I would be saying, okay, everyone wants blueprints. There's no doubt about it. But we don't know if we can do it. So no promises until we have something that works. And in the meantime, you go in the corner, see if you can make it work. Come back with a working prototype, and then we'll evaluate. They come back with something, and I go, okay, that is a way to control. I mean, once you start working on it, you will start writing all of the edge cases that you have to protect against. Like, what if, and what about, and can you, and then something, right? So Scorch, thank you for the 6 months.
Welcome home.
It's still not what I wanted, right? Is it? Yeah, no, it's not. Why is it not? Okay, well, doesn't matter. This is now on the middle. What? Oh, this is not the middle of the tile. Oh, that's why it's not the same. Okay. So this is as close as it can be, but it's going to be absolutely ugly when it comes out, because look, this one is okay, but the other ones are not. This one should be there, but it can't. Hey Ortho, thank you for the 360. Ortho 360, thank you for the 8 months. I think this is where I want to stamp it down. And then the other one will be on either on this line or this. Thank you, Silver Cecil, for trying yet again. You are absolutely amazing, and I love you for it. Always trying to start some things. It is unfortunately not always as successful as could be. Well, obviously not, but whatever.
Our illustrious champion.
And Executor, thank you for the 29 months.
Welcome home.
And Nikun, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Yay! Awesome! Gift subs. Like, the advantage of this is that you can build it extremely compact, because who cares? It's just stamping it down. On the other hand, it just feels so bad to do this.
A kind gesture.
Why do I not go that way? What is correct? And Skippy, thank you for the gift sub. And Baked Beans, good evening.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
There. And that's gonna be which one is it? That one. Yusumi Genwa, thank you for the 6 months. And it is a level 1 hype train. No, it's not. It's not a level 1 hype train. No? There. The funny thing is, like, is there any point at all to having 2 next to each other when you make a blueprint? Not really. Because you might as well just... Yeah, there's actually no reason at all to do that. Quite the contrary. It is a bit counterintuitive. There's no reason to build more, because once you have the blueprint in hand, then...
Our modest fellowship expands.
Obi-Horn, thank you for gift sub, and paying forward the one you got from Gynacube. And Shadow Arm, thank you for a gift sub from you, paying forward from one from Swimmer. Awesome, well done Gynacube and Swimmer for gifting subs. Hey the Scorch, thank you for the 1000 bits. Ooh. Oh, I think my overlay is broken because mine says 98% of level 1. That's weird. I would imagine that it's not that anymore. I'm just gonna refresh my chat. See if that gets better.
Our modest fellowship expands.
No, it still says 91%. Ice Cream Acid, good evening. Thank you for gifting a sub. Huh.
A kind gesture.
And Miss Timony, thank you for 200 bits. Last 2% takes forever. Yeah. We're like, alright, we're 95% done. Okay, so you spent half the time. And then I kind of want to put it in the middle, don't I? I think I do. Oh, we forgot our break. Well, if and when this is huh. So that's not correct. Does it 60% chance? Is anything correct anywhere that it registers? Oh, awesome. Fucking hate you, Twitch. That is so awful. Like, finally we got a hype train going and then it doesn't fucking work. Grumble Brewer, thank you for the 4 months. That is absolutely awful, isn't it? Ah, we just were so happy. I was so happy. It just finally it worked and then no. Still stuck, yeah. So don't waste your hard-earned money on this. Thank you very much, everyone, for trying to do it. And then when it isn't one thing, then it's something else that's screwing us over. Oh well. At least we're healthy, right? Actually. See, what would be nice if I could build it like this, and then when I stamp it down the next one, it would snap up to that one, and then they would sort of figure out that they are connected. That would be lovely. And that might be something that they eventually add if you place it. Okay, so what do we need here? We need that one, and we need that one. That's not happening because that's outside. Oh. Ah, man. I want to make something that's more exciting than this. This is the most boring thing we can possibly make. I want to make something that's exciting, and this is just not exciting. I don't think anyone can get excited about something as trivial as this. Because that is literally what it is. Trivial. Yeah, you lay down a blueprint and you build on it and then you save whatever you have here. And then you save it here and call it yay, steel. Save it. And then you can clear the designer and you can then load it. And yay, steel. Whoop, then it builds it. And all its magnificent glory. Awesome architectural designs. Guess that's the use purpose. Yeah, that's also what I expected. Like you could like make a facade of just like in and out and over and just kind of, and then when you build it, then you say, oh, this building needs like the. You can sort of build that entrance thing. I think that's amazing. It's just not something I am in any way, shape, or form interested in. Absolutely zero interest in building beautiful buildings. I'm a logistics engineer. I'm not an interior decorator. Yeah. So how awful are these blueprints? They're not awful. They're just not useful. I mean... Yeah, it's a lukewarm beer. It's like, it's still beer, but you know, I'd like it to be. It's maybe even a lukewarm, off-brand, opened, flat beer, non-alcoholic. Still beer. Is it though? Is it? Is it? Yeah, lukewarm cup of off-brand beer. if you're dying of thirst, it might work. But yeah, it's American beer. I don't mind American beer. It's okay. Let's try and see what else. Like this is the simplest thing. Like, hey, if you want to build steel, stamp this down. And there is zero reason for doing any other way, like anything more than this. So we go now Q, blueprints, yay steel, and now we have it. This is what I'd like to have, right? This is, and then we just have to figure out that one, and the next one is oh, it does align middle to middle blueprint, or yeah, okay, so at least we can also see I guess these have to be closer. Okay, another thing we could do, like figure out to make sure that we have a defined, oh no, this might be slightly useful, because this will also help define how big our blueprint is going to be. How are we unable to hit that top there? Are you kidding me? Is that just broken now? We can't do that anymore. Well, that's lovely. I can't even click this one. I can't okay, I can remove it and then I can go. No, I can't. Alright, so you thought this was a lukewarm, flat, off-brand beer, and you take a sip and realize someone just pissed in a cup. It wasn't beer at all. Hey. Beam got issues with Blueprint. Yeah, no shit. No shit. It certainly got issues. It's not experimental, it's temperamental. That was the only thing I was thinking that was useful. We could make a bar across, we could hook it up onto the bar, and then the bar would also signify how close we would build than the other ones. Maybe we can still do it in if we just start working around all of the bugs. Because maybe this still works. It still works in this case. Yeah. Not clipping, kissing. Because that's the width of it, and that means this also signifies where the next one will be built. Oops. Yes. Hold to that one before anyone gets hurt. Save it on top of that one. Sure. Override. Good. Snapping is great. Not having to fudge with complex details. Huge, beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. I am. I know that everyone loves the. See, this is a good idea though, right? You build these bars so you can see that they connect, and it doesn't matter that they're not connected because it still gets the job done in terms of sort of giving us those bars. We'll still have to power them as we usually do, but I think that's a good idea. Okay. Oh, this hype train has just ruined everything as well. This is the hype train is basically you go to work and they go like, oh yeah, by the way, you're not gonna get paid today, but feel free to go to work anyway. Let's see. Yeah, I think this works just fine. All right, so here's the thing. I see a lot of apologists in chat. Oh, it's experimental. It's all that crap. But when a game is supposed to be exciting, it's supposed to be exciting us. When they come a new feature, then don't release the feature if we're not gonna get fucking excited about it, right? It's don't release something half-assed and then go like, well, it'll be quarter-assed soon. Like the first impressions should be good because it gets us excited about it, and it's just never the case with Satisfactory. It's always like half-assed the things they release, and it's really good idea. I love the idea of it. I can understand why you want to constrain it like this, but oh my, yeah, yeah. The feature isn't released. Oh, it's fucking released. I'm playing this. It's fucking released. Shit, man. I hate that. It's not released. Well, I paid for the game. I downloaded it. I'm playing it. If this was like, oh, you're invited to a special exclusive club of internal testers, sure, that would be something else. Oh, and I can't even take it out now. I can only. Okay. So I think this one actually doesn't know how long it is, because when I go over here, I can't target it. It can only target it like when I get to the first 2 meters or something. Yeah, I just don't have problems with it. It is definitely exciting me. Okay, MDEP, please tell me what you've done then. Please, what cool blueprints have you designed that are just really changing the way you play? Because I just don't see it. I just don't see it. I can see that. Yeah, we can make like small builds here and there. The other alternative is to make something that's just super cluttered. All right, we have one blueprint. Yay, steel is called. We'll clear the designer. Can you build the beam? How would I get it inside then? Also, this is raised from the other. Just because it needs a lot of the annoying splitters mergers to match. Okay. All right, so another thing that I think would be maybe interesting is maybe they're making a 2-tier design for, or maybe even 3-tier design for smelters, for example. Something as simple as smelters. If we want to make a smelter design, instead of having like one, let's do a constructor design. So constructors are incredibly simple. They go in here, coming in here, and then we get a constructor that goes there, and then we have a merger that goes backwards there. Now that would be pretty cool if we could make this into a blueprint that was bigger, right? So let's start by making like this. But that's not good enough, because we also want to make this, and because I could also, actually I couldn't, but if we move this, yeah. And then the next one could be like that, I think. And then suddenly we can see that we can build significantly bigger in the same space. And I would never build like this normally because it just takes too long time to build it and I just reserve more space. But if we have this opportunity, why not? Or even, see, I don't think this was possible. So you go in here and then, yeah, that's probably even better. And couldn't make it smaller than this, right? No. Since I find matching the floor below to be the most time consuming, yeah. I think this is also why what it can be used for. We can put a third level up, I think. Yeah, if I do it like this, then it'll go in again. It'll also be easy to tile this part. That's using the Satisfactory add blueprints, kinda. Or are constructors on floor, ground, and one a fraction of a tile off? Oh, it's auto-saving. Okay. They might be. That's the correct location. Yep. You're right. Good spot. And I think this is honestly going to be useful for like minor builds. I don't know if it's dead on arrival, but it's just, it certainly doesn't have a wow factor. I am not wowed by this in any way, shape, or form. I wasn't expecting to. But yeah. Could I even make one more? How would I get placed there? Looks like it's possible. That would have to be... I mean, it's possible. It's just maybe with some floor holes things here. Doesn't seem like the best of moves. Like this one is really painful compared to the other ones. Well, if this is the case, then it would definitely be here. That one. And this one goes away. I can't build it because I can't get these two are gonna be bumped out from that one. So I can only make it 3. To me, they just seem way too small and probably don't come soon enough. Yeah. Yeah, Tricoris, it would be nice if if for all the stuff that you build in the beginning, you could just stamp it down. Like going like, do I need 3 or 4 smelters? And they're like, stamp down. Here's the copper area, here's the iron area, here's the concrete area, and here's a little build for a dedicated reinforced iron plate. Here's a dedicated rotor build. Here's a dedicated, like the initial ones where it doesn't really matter about the recipes, but it would be really nice just going like, okay, now I need to make modular frames. Okay. No, just boom, done. Discord stream chat, you can reach some time. It's just about such designs. It's in Russian? Link to a video into Discord. You can look about such design. About what designs? I don't know. Yeah, right now there's... Like, this would be awesome, but it doesn't work all the way up because, yeah. It's tier 4 to research it. And you need... yeah, you need iron beams for this, or steel beams. So you need to have steel beam production. I forgot my break, but that was because of the level 0 hype train. Woo. Man, this was a good idea. Is there any way that I can salvage that idea? I don't think so. Maybe for blueprint thingy. Oh, okay. I may see the same bug as you. Oh. I don't even know what that bug is. No, tier 4 is not manufacturer tier. Let's save this as stacked constructors. Yep. Oh no. Is everyone still seeing that flashing thing on for the level 1 hype train that isn't there? Because I still see that. Ugh. Stack constructors. This is gonna be difficult as hell to place. Oh wow, that's another major headache. How the hell are we gonna place it? It goes away if you refresh? Okay. I have no idea how to place this. I guess like this? Why does it not snap to the grid? Look at that. This constructor. Look at that. Fucking hell. I am not even disappointed because this is the level of shit I expect. Take a look at the conveyors. What about them? You just can't get anything right. Oh my god. It's just nothing works. Yeah, it's modern art. That's what it is. It's not shit. Wow. Is the blueprint center balanced? Maybe that might. Yeah, I think so too, Torment. I think so too. I think it might be taking like the whole thing and then finding the center of mass, and then the center of mass is the stuff you move around, and the center of mass can move on the grid. But if the center of mass is like shifted a quarter of a tick, then you're fucked. Yeah, tokenize it and sell it. I think that's a bit of a year too late to do that. Wouldn't it help? Oh, yes, it would. But is it? Are we there? Where we go like, okay, well, we have to build our own foundation because, yeah. Well, I mean, we're entertained at least. Ah. Shit. Okay, let's try this. If I do the same blueprint, but now also have like blocks in the corners, then we see if it's because if it now realizes that the center of mass is going to be the center of mass. That's actually shouldn't be necessary to put one here, but we'll do it anyway. So we'll do here. We'll save it again. Yeah, because it's broken anyway. Now that should work. I mean, if it works, then we at least have an explanation for why it didn't work. Yeah. So that's... Looks beautiful when it builds, but it's still fucked up here. Maybe that's just visual, but... I really think it's the center of mass. I think it takes whatever this is, and then... because when you hold it, you have to hold it at a certain point, and then it sticks out from that point. That point is the center of mass, and it's probably saying, like, how far to that side, how far to that, how far across? It's 37 meters. Okay, so our focus point is going to be 18.5 meters here. And then it's 18.5 meters to that side, 18.5 meters to that side. And then that shifts on the platform, and then, of course, it's not going to shift correctly. The messed up conveyor might have been related to it being misconnected in the blueprint. So something's... Okay. I'll happily try this. I have no problem with trying to... We really want to get this working. Good. We'll try this. Then we have found out potentially one more thing. I mean, if I can then make a video about the do's and don'ts. It's going to be the world's shortest. It's going to be a YouTube short. Don't. The do's and don'ts. If you want to use it, be my guest. But my recommendation is don't. So, you want to play Satisfactory with blueprints. Alright, here's my advice. You go to Steam, you go to the store, you type in Dyson Sphere program, you buy it, download it, play it, have fun. There you go. Easy. Let's see if it's connecting better now. Oh, it's flipped. Ah! Looks better. Good. We're getting there. Never graded PlayStation DSP. No, never mind. But what do you mean, like different modes? Toggle build mode. R. What does blueprint mode mean? No. I think blueprints have to have a platform to stand on, because it also makes it so much easier to highlight what it is we actually want it to do. I mean, how big it is, how big I consider the blueprint, and make placement not just better, but make it feasible. Alright, what is the blueprint mode? Build mode, blueprint. I don't know what that difference is. Do you have any idea? Yeah, so my main issue about this is still in terms of applicability. And even though we make a nice little blueprint here, when are we going to use it? I don't know. I don't know where we would ever use this. Like, would I use it down here? Maybe. I'm just trying to look at stuff that I built, and yeah. Try snapping with blueprint mode. Yeah, but how do you mean snapping? Oh. Yeah, okay. Well, We're gonna have to remove all of this and rebuild it. I think. Oh, hold on. Do we think we can build it higher up? It might be a. No, actually, we can test it. Can I build it one higher up? It has to.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
No, we cannot. Hey, Blind DP, thank you for this 26 months. It's really interesting, this just testing this out. But it doesn't feel like... It feels more like sort of QA testing than it feels like how can we use it in our game. I think why they're afraid of it helping users overrun the U limit. Perhaps building and destroying setup repeatedly is bad for an incremental counter. I have no idea. No idea what that means. Some blueprints to make pretty buildings. You're on the wrong channel if that's what you want to see here, Baked Beans. That's just not what we do here. Some blueprints don't snap sideways, otherwise 4x4 blueprint would make building platforms. Yeah, but that's again like not really. Oh, I remember my I had my Tesla for service, and they said like, oh yeah, we have to reset your trip counter. Like, why? It's using too much memory. Like, why? Yeah, bigger numbers. The numbers have gotten really big in your trip counter, and that takes up too much memory. So we just have to reset it. That's not how memory works. It's not how numbers work. But I mean, are you gonna argue with someone who works in a call center for a mechanic shop about? Yeah, it's like, because I never use my trip counter, so it was just counting like my odometer, and like, who cares if it's 10,000 kilometers? It's not. It's, but you know. And I love when people who don't know anything about IT start explaining it to me. I can't remember. There was something recently where I was like, no, stop it, stop, no, that's not how it works. Yeah, set a smaller font, yes. I think I need to make it on a platform, because that's kind of how I will indicate that how big I want my blueprint, and therefore also make sure that snapping doesn't get messed up. Yeah. You can clear it. Yeah, of course I can. I just forgot about it. Right. Again. We're only gonna make it 3 high this time. Yeah. Oops. That one. That one. And we'll build that up here as well. The last one. Oh, if only we had blueprints, then we could just copy paste to make each floor identical to the one below. There you go. All right. If it's a total number of current object and it's that huge, then the explanation of that being why the limited size. Yes, I also think that they did some, like, I would hope that they have a QA tester who built like the worst monsters, who made like a let's game it out, and just because you can make belts crisscross completely insane, and then went like, here's the thing, and then as soon as you copy it and then just stutter, and then they went like, damn it, we can't do. And the difference between 4x4 and 5x5, it's a big difference. It's 4x4x4 versus 5x5x5. It's a big difference. It's a factor 2, so it's twice as much space. Yeah, I think factor 2 is pretty good. Yeah. You can give me that rounding factor there. Yeah. Yeah. So we're gonna get in there. Hey, Heimdall, thank you very much for home. How much is it? 33 months. That's quite a while that you have endured whatever the hell I do here on the channel. There. That's wrong. That's absolutely wrong. You're correct. As always, you're correct. As always. I was like, that was not how I did it before. I understand they don't want blueprints that can put down an entire mega base at once, but this seems super limited. And I don't think that's. I don't think it's a philosophical question here. I think it's more of a. They can't handle it. At least not yet. Ah. That's the problem. I still can't do this. So we cannot build this because that one is gonna be on the border, and that's not gonna be working, right? That's not working. Feed to lift that goes to a splitter on first floor. Oh yeah, that's a much better idea. Let's try that. It still doesn't work. Because this one. That one is still going to be linked, going to be reaching outside. No matter what I do, it's it does need extra space out here. So it's a good idea, but it just doesn't work. Feed up from 2, 3 on the other end of the 2. That I don't understand. You can't have it reaching out. See? Doesn't work. It's outside. Break time. Yeah, let's take a break time. Break time. use the second to last feed up. It's still going to be exactly the same. As long as there's one on the outside, it's not going to work. So I can't see how that's going to work. Mirror one, then they're going to be clipping. Be back in a couple of minutes. All right, back again. For high version, just without the fourth floor. Only 2 splitters on the ground. I keep doing the same thing. If I do this one, it's gonna be... Oh, am I now getting... Okay, so this one, you want this to go up here, and then is it because you want this one to then go up there? Is that what you meant? Yes. Why didn't you say that then? Thank you. It's a good idea. Because then I can make do with that. Yep. That means I also don't need that one for some reason. Why didn't you just say that? It's a good idea. Appreciate it. Only problem is, of course, this insert splitter thing. Maybe. And the question is, what kind of belt are we going to leave between here? Because this is another one of those constraints, is if I save this belt, if I save this blueprint, and then you want to build it, but you don't have the alclad aluminium, then you can't load it. That's it, right? So that's not really working. And let's say, whoops, okay, autosave. Maybe. Yeah. Let's say it's something that takes 30 inbound. That's going to be the maximum. So it's 120, 120, 120. That means it has to be at least level 4. I think my main issue was that I was hoping this would reduce the tedium in building big. I don't see it done that way. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think we all had hoped that it would be something that it is definitely not. And you can be sort of disappointed about it, or you can just go like, okay, what can we use it for? Of course, it's better to try to find out what it can be used for, but that's it. It takes a few iterations to sort of come to grips with it is not. It is not Factorio. It's not Dyson Sphere Program. It's not Captain of Industry. It is not Cosmotier. And I know those have simple data models, but that's a choice they made. Oops. Shit, they're all Mark 3s everywhere. Oh. Down to Mark 3. Oh, Mark. Too much. Yeah. And then we also have to figure out how to do the exit. That's another little headache. And then we need to figure out what level we want belts in between. It has to be at least level 4. There we go. Zoom exit is identical. That's a good place to start your assumptions. And they will go backwards. Maybe Satisfactory just isn't for me based on their design assumptions. Yeah. That's very likely. For me, when people call it a factory game, then I'm like, yeah, kind of, but it's. I feel it's as much an architecture game. And I think that's also where this will really shine, is stuff like really beautiful window thing that you can then save and then stamp it down and then go like, okay, now we build a square box, then we make this little artsy thing here and a little thing there and a new nice gothic window here, and like that's nice. I have no problem with it. It just also means that it just so far I have seen nothing at all that would save us any kind of time. Like, how many times do I have to use this blueprint for this to be worth the time we spent on designing it? I mean, granted, we're doing this not because we want the final design, but because we want to test how the final design works. But, oops, or not. But we're certainly spending a lot more time on this design than we would just making a line back. This one is the inner one. And that's okay. That's okay. In the test phase. Ooh, did I do? No, I didn't do that. Okay, never mind. I know that a lot of people have been sort of, yay, masterclass, we want to see. But honestly, I have anyone any idea what we could do for a masterclass build for this? Is there anything that would be like, oh, that would be so cool if we had that in collected blueprints? The moment you're used to making blueprint, I think that even just 3 used would start saving you time. Yes, but I am also hypothesizing here that the answer is going to be 0, that it'll be used, because I think this is such a gimmicky build that I built here that I don't think I'd want to use it. Why? Well, when do I need 12 constructors for something? And if I do 12 constructors, why not just make it like this? It's fine. Making it as a block like this, it doesn't really save me anything. Like, let's see, if I, instead of building this, build a little blob that was big here. That would only work if I also had a little blob for that, and a little blob here, and a blob for that, and a blob for that. But I can't do this. This would still take exactly as much space, and then I'd just have a little blob here that took these 12 and compacted into one. Or even worse, if this is 13 or 14, that would be even worse, because it would be one blob plus a little bit more. So that's the part where I'm like, imagine this. This is the best case scenario. Lots of repetition. Would I do it? Probably not. That's also what I think I want to do. But I also want to do something that's a bit more advanced, and I hope that's okay. I want to, because this. Oh yeah, I can't build it here. Can I? Oh, that's interesting, because that's borderline. That's on the border. Interesting. Yeah, that's kind of not clippy. Sweet. So I want to build this, and then we can build some really default builds. You can build this one, but you can't build the next one. Psh. There you go. Yeah. Good stuff. That was abusing our way into that one. Never play on patch day. As a content creator, you don't have a choice. Okay, and then it should work. Ah, see? We find a way. Never work on a weekday. And always take the weekends off. This is the essence of being a good Satisfactory player. Knowing the limitations and remembering or trying to find out how to work around the current bugs, limitations, and just get the best out of it. Because this one would easy to give up on, and then you wouldn't be able to make this. No. Shit. Yeah. That one takes out. That one goes out. And we don't have anything else. Good. And also this can go. That's probably a mistake. Doesn't matter. That's a nice blueprint. Let's save it. Stacked constructors. 12 construct. There. And I'm gonna. Yes. Except it's not ready because I've remembered that I hadn't done all the outputs yet. There. And now I can save it again. Good. Question there and stack that, and then in construction mode we just get rid of those hands so I can actually see where I'm placing it. So I like this. I like the idea of this. Like having stuff like this and just stamping it down. That's a good factory build. And you can always like make more bells and whistles, right? On this if you want to. Cool. And then this will of course need to be built. Yep. One misclick and you're doomed to remove the whole thing. Yep, absolutely. Or just forgot to rotate it because it's not rotated in the same way. So yep, you might end up with a lot of deconstructing here. I'm focused. Few things in the air. Belt. And that's it. What about the biggest machine? The one with how big is that? It's a little bit less than 3x3, so there is room for it, but not a lot of room for it. Clear, designer. Good. And now we need to build again. So I think we want to build, like as someone said, let's build like the very default builds that will be like useful. Like we kind of have the same builds for a lot of things. So for example, let's make a simple refinery build. Now it's going to be different from what I always do because I kind of have to. That one. And then, shit, it doesn't work. Oh my god, it doesn't work. Fucking hell. Oh my god, I hate it so much. I hate this fucking thing. Yeah, so what I hate about it is I don't have enough space. I cannot do inputs and outputs in this because there's not enough input or there's not enough output. So no matter what I do, I can't use refineries. Fuck. How utterly useless this is. Can you rotate it 45 degrees? No, not easily. Maybe we can. Let's try something here. Then I guess we could make it. And then remove the other things afterwards. I just don't know how that would help anything at all, because that would not just make everything worse, objectively worse. Raise the refinery up so your belt can go down. Since you just get into steel. What kind of build do you have by tier 4 though? Well, you're gonna have to have a steel build, so no matter what we want to do with steel, you are gonna have to have it already. Well, that's a giant mess. I mean, I like the idea, but it's not something that is... The only interesting thing about this is, what would that do to sort of, yeah, it would cause way too much clipping. But you know, interesting things. Yeah, and I don't understand the idea. If we raise the refinery, like, first of all, we don't have room for it because 3x3. Partially overlapping blueprint designer, so it is it's already out if I bring it up. I don't know. I'm fucking desperately trying to make something useful. I am so desperate to just come up with anything that is going to be slightly less awful than this thing. I am so desperate to make it just be slightest bit useful, and I cannot. It's just unbelievable. Hyperloop blueprint. What is the Hyperloop? Yeah, that's a good idea. Hyperloop blueprint is a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah. So here's the next thing, like, what speed is this gonna be? Like, tier 1? Maybe? Probably. And then bring it back. with a tier 1. And then bring this line. And now, of course, it doesn't work because this doesn't exist over here, so we still have to build it like this, so we get not even, that's the outer one. Oh, that's, I think that's also correct. Yeah. Right, this is like a super basic blueprint, right? And if we stamp this down, we're gonna have to make one input belt, output belt, output belt, input power, output belt, output belt. That's 8 connections we have to do to make one blueprint work. It's not a gigantic saving, is it? Yes, they do place if we place segments of 2 meters minimum distance. I mean, it's a thing. Saves you 30 seconds on an 8-minute job. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Build 2? Why? 2 would not help me at all. Because that means that whenever I build something and I want an odd number, then I always have to delete one. The fact that I now have it on blocks means that it's going to be way easier to place in the future. Save you 2 connections. But I would have to delete something half the time. Basic assembler. I think that if I wanted to make 2, then I also wanted to make 4. I don't see the point of making 2. Then it would have to be like also building it on top as well. Perhaps into something like floors with upwards, but I don't think that's working, to be honest. Solvadin, because it would be absolutely horrifying to do that, because first of all you'd have to have a spot that is 4x4 compartmentalized and then have a clear gap to the rest of the build, which is not something you always have with builds. And then on top of that, you have to then remember that when you stamp down A, B, C, then from A to B to and A to C and C to, right? I think that's I don't know what the expression is in English, but in Danish it's like crossing the river to get water. It's really just, you want to save some time, and instead of that you end up spending more time to save some time. That's what I'm really like. There is no doubt that blueprints, when you stamp down a smelting blueprint in Factorial or Satisfactory, that you are saving a fuck ton of time. Here you're really just, this is not saving anything. To have a set of jumpstart blueprints ready to go. Yes, I completely agree. Not here to fuck spiders. That's very Australians. Okay, we're gonna take this out and make it basic other things. Make the basic of basic constructor. It's a big coincidence since my designs are compact and can be done in a blueprint. Wow, that's crazy if you if that's the case. And it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It just provision. It's just you're not making any sense. Like this is a build, but your build is compact, so it's okay. Like how are you gonna put that shit into here in any sensible way? Yeah. Water pumps cannot because you don't have water, so they can't be placed. Huh? Oops. Yeah, see, it only builds like the first half, and then as it gets the other half, then... Yeah. Yes, this is the new Satisfactory blueprint builder. If you want someone who is overly excited about it, it's not this stream. I'm trying my very best. Oh crap. Now I have to basic constructor, get a new icon, and hope it's a different blueprint I'm saving. Basic constructor, 3 ASIC. Did I seriously write a 3 instead of a B? Huh. That is a fun thing to do. place blueprinter into water. Interesting. Okay, so let's take a look at the manufacturer, which is not gonna fit, but we can do the inputs maybe. That one and that one. Yeah. And then I think it's going one backwards. No, it wasn't. Autosave. It was actually. This looks good. The thing with this one is it's only saving us time if all things come from the same side. And I can't recall a single blueprint that... Oh, that's funny. Can you just please put it on into this one? Are you kidding me? How do I link my Patreon to here? To here? You can't. I mean, you can, but only if you are a new Templar of the Path, then I give you VIP. There and there. But aside from this, you can't get. There's no connection. Because this, yeah, Twitch is for, yeah, subscriptions. Then, well, thank you, Helios, for your pledge. I don't know if I missed it, or if it's just not a new. I guess it's not a new one. I was hoping. I don't think this is good. It was unfortunately correct. This one is also definitely 1,000,000% broken since last time, because I've never had issues with placing this. So that's a new and exotic thing that's broken as well. Blueprints. They will save you time. Ah! Shit. There's 1 pixel. I want that 1 pixel. I love that that's kind of... It's just... It flashes over there so I can see it. Fucking hate this. Why do they keep breaking shit? Right there! It's only 1 place you can be. No, I don't want to info the manufacturer because then it looks wrong. Good thing we have a blueprint so we don't never have to do that again. And then there's no room on the other side to actually get it out. Oh my god, it's misplaced, isn't it? Or is it misplaced? No. It is misplaced. The whole fucking thing is misplaced. Who did that? Yep. Double check. I think I'm gonna put it in here now. Okay. Oops. Level 1, level 1, level 1, level 1. Then all we need is a power line. We're gonna bring that in the middle of this. And it'll be there 24 wide, because this is actually not being used. Can I expect us to be, for the most part, just clean, crisp, precise, compact builds? What? Did we expect me to be grumpy about it, or you expected me to what? Because this should be clean, crisp builds, but it's just, one thing I value more than clean, crisp builds is bug-free programming. I worked so many years in development, and it's just, it's like it's the worst thing for the users. Then you go like, oh well, in order to do that, you actually have to kind of and go from this menu, and then here's an SOP, and then you have to use it, and then after a while you just have a FTP site or a SharePoint site full of SOPs for how to work around shitty features in there, and then support us to know it. And I mean, the whole thing, it just escalates out of control when you have buggy software. To want to like it but get frustrated by limitation. Yes, that's I expected that as well. There's I mean, like, we can see other people who've been 100% super enthusiastic about it from end to end, and that's cool. But it's there's also then if you're working mainly on designs, or you just want something new because it's the only game you play, then I understand that anything new is good. Right, so I think we want to just stamp down a few of our beautiful simple blueprints. The basic. Let's have a look at it. See, this is like the part I want to place it at is behind my build stuff. So let's go like this. Here. Okay, I was trying holding it down to see if it would sort of allow me to snap in it. Okay, so now it's kind of snapping. That snaps pretty well actually, because we have foundations underneath. I think foundations underneath is an integral part of making it work. And then as we build it, just click random bullshit. Yay! Then what we need to do is we need to go from here to. Why are they so close? Really? I guess so. That's not pretty. Why don't you add belts to the blueprints? I have added belts to the blueprint. But if you mean belts between them, that's because that doesn't work. Because of course it doesn't work. Try attaching it to the edge of existing foundation. What are we talking about, Viking Bread? Like, I wish it was possible to do that thing, and then it would actually connect to the next one. It would sort of go like, oh, if you have that here, then it snaps. And I would be perfectly fine with it if it's kind of, then no. But if it's even, that should be a simple check. I mean, simple, but like this, these ones snap completely next to each other. Now, there are obviously two different entities here, but they look correctly and they are merging here. But belts, that would be nice. Okay, this one is saved, so let me just... I want to try something. Clear, load, basic constructor. That's the basic of basic ones. I have an idea. There. I mean, it has to be tested, right? Imagine if we found a way to actually make it work. Man. Because I was thinking but the problem is it's because there are two entities here. Ah, well. That would have been nice, man. That would have been awesome. You still have to connect them together. You're not saving much time. There we go, Trickers. That's where we are. That is the situation we're at. But even if we build it with these, and then could go in, could go out, and then take these two out afterwards. Like, I wish we could make blueprints like this, and then actually have them identify them. When we stamp this next to the other one, it works. Yeah, and honestly, this does not seem like a massive thing, and maybe that's something to have on their radar. But I mean, this is the kind of thing that I think it's stuff like this that's always the case with Satisfactory. For me, that's personally for me, is that they're always missing the wow factor. It's always like they ran the fucking marathon, and then 2 kilometers before the goal they decided to turn around and run the other way. Like, come on, just finish the fucking trucks now, or trains, or anything, any of the features. Just finish them, just make them correct, and then we can be happy with them. It's always like kind of almost. Thank you, Helios, for the prime, and welcome. Try it now. Try what now? It doesn't matter. Alright, I can try it. It's not gonna work. The reason why I thought it would work is that if we did identify it, it would be the same entity. Thank you, Mark. I'll try it. It's better to test it than to hypothesize about it. So. Thank you for the confirmation button. Valheim. Oh, really? I don't feel that about Valheim. Huh. I don't even know what I haven't played Valheim in a long time, so that's definitely something. Well, we could try and see if that hype train is working again. I mean, okay, that is not gonna work. I know it's not gonna work, but it's still prudent to test. And I don't know it. It's just be. It looks so much like it's working, right? Look at that. It looks beautiful. There isn't even a seam in between here. Not how belts work. The thing is, it's not going to work no matter how we try it. The reason it's not going to work is because belts are defined as being connected or not connected. Right? This one is not connected, and when it's connected to a wall segment or a pillar, it's connected. And if it's not, like this one is connected to here and then it's connected to the other one, it doesn't matter how flush they are. If they're not have that link, that this object is linked to that object, then it doesn't matter. Do pipes work? They are going to do the same. Why do I insist on it? Because it's the best thing. That I can also do this, but I mean, this is just to showcase what it can do. But am I ever going to use stuff like this? Unlikely. And I don't know why you say you can construct 5. I put 12 in there, so it's not like I don't. But the fact of the matter is that I am probably never going to be in a situation where I just want 12 assemblers or constructors just jammed into a little tiny space. It's just not something that is a building priority. If you need 10, would you build the one with 12? Probably not. If you need 13, you would absolutely not build the one with 12. So it's like, it becomes kind of forced, but I build it because look what it can do. Clarify. Blueprint with foundation at the base don't snap to the global grid on open ground and don't seem to snap to the side. Blueprints with foundations at the base don't snap to the global grid on open ground and don't seem to snap to the side of existing foundations. Yeah, they snap on top of. They don't. Yes. Okay. I'm not saying I know this because I don't, but it does not surprise me one bit. So you're basically saying that out here I can't get it to be sort of link it to the side of this. That makes sense. And if I hold control, nothing happens. So I can't snap it to the global grid. That's the other thing you're saying. You can't see it, but now I'm don't know if you can hear me pressing control, but I did. Build mode, default, doesn't do anything. That was holding control. Blueprint, I don't know what the two are here. Got there in the end. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Viking Bread, for not giving up on me. But I also really like this, because if we ever get to a position where we do this, then it'll be like, here's a flat surface, and then here's my blueprint enabled things. And if I wanted to be really fancy about it, then I'd probably color these or something like that, right? It's tier 4. It's available. So it'll be, I'll build the platform and then I go like, okay, I'm gonna need some assemblers. Stamp, 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 and then it'll be slightly raised, and then I need some constructors. Stamp, 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 stamp. Good. And then they'll be slightly raised, and they'll be fine. Yeah, you gotta push through to tier 4, yes, because this building here takes steel beams. Yep, and it also takes 200 steel beams to unlock. So basically that means that what you can do is, or probably should do, is you should build the elevator, launch the elevator for the first tier. Oh, that's not, it's not trivial, but it's doable, right? You launch it, and then you unlock steel, and then when you've on steel unlocked, you use some tickets to buy 400. 200 for the research, and 200 for this platform, and then you're started. I think that's kind of the best way to do it. Pipes not working, belts not working, size not working. I think some other countries are going to be disappointed too. They saw a solution for building hundreds of refineries, but blueprints are not. Well, the refineries are another problem because there's barely any room for refineries in this, and that's the main part. Oops. I mean, we're desperately trying to find things where we can make it useful, and oh, I keep forgetting. You can just go here, go clear designer. Cool. I'm gonna take a short break, and then when I take a break, you can come up with ideas for what would be other things that we could build here. The one thing we could try to do is make like a little tiny sample of alclad aluminium, because that has 2 refineries and probably 2 constructors and a smelter, so that could be possible. If you could make like a little thing here for aluminium, then that's it. Can you build the water pump inside the bloomer if it's built in water? Don't know. So anyway, let's also take a little save. 148. Tomorrow I am planning on streaming Floodland, but there is a small chance, that's a new game that's came out today. There's a small chance I have to delay it by 1 day, and that means it comes out on Thursday instead. So keep an eye out. I may have to take a day off tomorrow, but let's see. If that's the case, then the other one will be on Thursday. So be back in 2 minutes. And we're back. Yeah, so that's Agni. That's the price doubling thing. It would just be like, imagine they do that. What is going to be everyone's response? Like, why? Why not just give us? If you can technically make it, why not technically make it? So if, yeah, that's it. It's the kind of thing like, oh, here's a premium build. Like, why would you want, if you pay us microtransactions, you can get bigger blueprints? Like, yeah. All right. No one else has come up with any kind of ideas for what you want to see, so I'll just come up with something myself then. Let's see, what is the first thing? The first one is definitely not that one. We want the sloppy alumina. Bauxite and water coming in. That gets us 240. Then we have 240 aluminium scrap. There, that takes 240, gets 360. And then the 360 aluminium scrap has to be $60, so I need 6 of these. Now we're getting in a bit of a problem here. Now we have 180, which will then go into casing. 2 of these. So the question is, can we put all of this crap into one location? Blueprint design. Okay, so you want to see a blueprint inside in the water? All right, let's jump into the water then. Well, we don't know how things are built on their end, so we don't know if it's true. But there's also like, if the answer is the way we have chosen to model it means that we can't do it, then that's kind of, it's the same thing as saying it can't be done. But it's just whether you are sort of owning it or just saying, oh, it's I don't know, Unreal Engine that can't handle it, as it kind of implies that that's what they've been saying. Invalid location. Wow. We can no longer build underwater. But it gets better, because you can't delete on stuff that is built underwater now. Do they not play the game? I mean, they need to fire their test manager. I got it. This is, I'm speaking about this from a, or whoever is not giving their test manager the space to work, because this is a test. Not having a regression test, automated regression test, is a fucking disaster. And It's not just this one thing. It's all the fucking things we find. We're playing normally and we just keep finding things that are broken. And that's the usual thing. If you keep breaking things from previous versions, you gotta invest in regression tests. Automated regression tests, because yeah, you don't want anything else. If you want to do, it's nothing to do with agile. Quite the contrary. If you want to be agile, you must have good automatic testing. Factorio is a good example of everything being automated testing, and it breaks very rarely. It just gives you a level of confidence in your system. Damn. Like I've been the product manager for a large corporate software that broke every Friday evening, and it every time we released, we just knew everyone, all hands on deck, because shit's gonna break. It was a 35-year-old system, so it was like held together with Virgin Sacrifice and Voodoo, but still. And we just invested so much in automated testing. Like everything. It was usually integration testing, so we just had like big data sets that we just smashed through the integration just to get lots and lots of transactions, so that when we did an upgrade and we ran 1 million transactions through it, we were like, all right, if we can run these 1 million transactions, we would probably have found a lot of outliers. And it helped a lot. Just started playing Factorio again since I got my Steam Deck, and so much fun. Your masterclass videos have been a big help in remembering how to build my base up. Yeah, unfortunately I hear that the biggest problem with the Switch version is the lack of blueprints. Okay, so this cannot be built underwater. You do all the time that aren't working. Things that should be caught, yes. Like, and then you go like, yeah, but deleting stuff underwater. When you have a test suite about delete things, then you delete. You try to figure out a lot of delete things. Or if you mess with how water interacts, then you go like, okay, let's make sure that we can build and soup and deconstruct and multi-deconstruct and placement and rotation and snapping, and you come up with all the things that you think that could be involved, and then when you find this, you add it to the list, and then it becomes an automatic test. Nothing can be built underwater anymore. Yep. And maybe that's intentional. I don't know. Right, can we just squeeze this in? Hello. How are you feeling about blueprints? Right. Let this be the conclusion on what I think about blueprints for you. Where we've been sort of deciphering it over the course of the evening. It started out by like you like a beer, and blueprints, they are a nice cold beer. I guess it's something that just brings you happiness on any workday. At the end of the workday, just nice cold beer. Thank you, Beefy Beard. Thank you for the Prime. That's nice. And I was like, okay, well, it's not your favorite beer. It's not. We start looking a bit at it. It's not even cold. It's actually lukewarm. And then yeah, okay, it's actually been opened, so it's not carbonated. It's all flat. And we just keep looking more at it, and you find out it's just someone just pissed in a cup, and that's your beer. So it's been going steadily downhill. A cup of hot piss, that's the kind of beer you get when you thought you were getting blueprints. I'm maybe not super positive about it, but I just not really. We're gonna making it go downhill like everything. Like the sizing, the snapping, the errors, the Like if you build a blueprint, that does not start with having a layer like this, which means I now add the layer, then it doesn't snap to the grid anymore. It probably doesn't snap to the grid. So, hey, Sabri guy, thank you for the 41 months.
Welcome home.
But what if you make refineries in series? Run pipes down one side, branching down to input, built down the other side with a lift down rather than both on the end. I don't understand it. In series? I mean, there are two, and they kind of have to be in series. They have to be right after each other. Let's see. Sloppy alumina, is that needs water as well, right? Let me just see. All this. Here is a water need, and this one has a water output. Yeah, so they need to be cycled back and forth. Here we are making. They have to be reversed. The liquid to liquid, yes. That goes in here, that goes in here. And then this one is going to be at the border. Obviously can't be done, but let's do that. This is where the water comes in, and then yeah, we don't have room for what we need. Shit. Okay, so no, that's not correct. Oh, is it? Oh, shit. I'm just... What do we... This should be the sloppy alumina, but I'm kind of thinking this is going to be the next part. It also needs coal inbound. Okay, so I need coal in on this belt. And that's coke? What? Nah. Coal and alumina. Yes, coal and alumina. This will be alumina. That means this is going to be a much simpler loop, I think. That's why we did this, because whoop, easy. And this will now be the sloppy alumina, which needs bauxite and water. And the water is the one that's going to be problematic. Series like an L. Ah, okay. So that's what you were saying. Okay. I don't think there's room for it, is there? That's the wrong way. These two should not be connected, be able to be connected actually. And that's, now it's in the way of everything. Hey, Jeff. I just don't find this to be a fun design challenge. Like, ooh, we can squeeze it through. Like, no. Fuck off. Just give me more space instead of having to do design like this. It's awful. It's super buggy, super stressful, super useless. It's not fun at all. I really wanted to like it, yeah. I really wanted to like it as well. I mean, just for you, Jeff, then we can see, like, we built, like, here's a fancy blueprint. I think this is kind of what they intend to do. Like, hey, build multi-layered crap. And it's a pretty cool blueprint, this one, especially when you look at it like this and go like, ooh, that's fancy. But is it useful? It's just 12 constructors. So, like, why not just build it like this and be done with it? 80 by 80 by 40, yeah, I mean, obviously, yes. 60 by 60 by 40 would be better as well. Because the thing is, like, then I have 12 constructors, fine, or I could build 12 smelters, for example. But ultimately, I would probably in 9 out of 10 cases not need, no, in 11 out of 12 cases, not need okay, this is better. In 11 out of 12 cases, I wouldn't be needing something that was divisible by 12 for my final builds. And if it's not divisible by 12, then I would always opt for like the simple basic constructor and just go like, yeah, let's build this, and then just stamp down 11 of those. And maybe they add more later on. We can hope, but I still, even if they made it 6 by 6 in the same height, then I'm just, I don't know. It just, I think that the main part is the edge connections would make a big difference, because then you could actually have built a manifold system with blueprint, like, done. But you can't do that. My spreadsheet, okay. It seems to be targeting a different playstyle. Instead of I need to build this big giant thing, my spreadsheet set meets all my needs. It lets you quickly stamp down small ad hoc additions when needed, which seems like a poor design decision. Quickly stamp down small ad hoc additions. I can understand that, but this is not ad hoc. That's important. This is not a small ad hoc, because you can't be out in the wild and build this and then just do copy, stamp, paste, 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 paste. You can't do that. You have to go find one of these things or set up one of these things. It's not that expensive. So you probably can build it and then build it in here, save it as blueprint, and then turn around and then build your thing. And then still connect the power, the inputs, the outputs. So I don't know how much useful that's going to be. I think the ones who will be having most use of it is if you have some really intricate architecture things, like, oh, here is my brilliant, awesome pillar of awesomeness that has power running up and pipes and belts and all of that stuff is like wrapped up in a thing, and we can then stamp it on top of each other or something like that, or next to each other, and that's going to be sort of a building block of the way I do my factory. That would be pretty good. What type of bugs are you experiencing? You can't build underwater anymore. You can't deconstruct if you accidentally build underwater. When you don't have here, then it'll... Okay, so when I put a blueprint like this, then something is... My cursor is focusing on something. If it is... And that's going to be focusing on the center of gravity. So this is my theory on how it works. If the blueprint is 37 meters wide... 29 meters wide, then the center of mass is going to be 14 and a half is here, and then 14.5 meters either side, and that means it no longer snaps to the grid. At top of that, this is now built on top of foundations, so it is 3 snaps. This is why I'm doing it, but you can't snap it to the side. You can't snap it to the, I'm holding control, can't snap it to the grid. It broke some, what are they called? Elevators. They broke. Oh yeah, all the bars, the iron bars, like these ones, they are broken as well. Yeah, I know, Tom, man. I don't know. It was just kind of maybe more of a design part. Like you can make like really intricate pillars with around here and then a corner thing, and then it's kind of sticking out and jagged, and then and here and this on top of that. I know, we all know Total Eclipse is doing this, and it's super amazing, and I think this is awesome for someone like him who has like really intricate designs. But if you build one and then you go like, ah crap, I just spent half an hour doing this cool thing, and now I have to replicate it on each of my, let's say, railway towers. But now you can just have a beautiful blueprint for a tower that has all sorts of architecture and coloring and stuff, and then just stamp, 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 stamp. Okay, and next stamp, stamp, stamp. That's brilliant. Awesome. So that's kind of where I think that there's a huge benefit, but building a little modular build is not really going to get us anywhere. If you even take your simple assembler and constructor blueprint, even when having to connect them, you save about half the place actions. Yep, I agree. If I want them to run that way, like, where's my assembler? Here, 3 ASIC, right? This one has to assume that everything comes in from left to right and goes out right to left. If that's not how my inputs go, I just have to deconstruct the blueprint, rebuild it again. And very often, products come in from either side, and then this blueprint doesn't work. Or I want it coming in from one side and out to the same side, then this blueprint doesn't work. And that's the part about it. Like, there are so many variables that it's not really helping. How many blueprints can you have? You can have a lot of blueprints, but is it really something? Then I'd need to have 4 blueprints for basic assemblers. And how many would I need to have for a manufacturer? More. Just have 2, left to right, right to left. Is that input side or output side? Because I need both. Then I need 4 different blueprints just for assembler. And I know. And you can also just go like, well, most of the time it's going to come in from one side and you want to go back. That's perfectly fine. I accept that. But I'm just like, it'll say under ideal circumstances, yes, it's going to save you a bit of time. But honestly, that's not how I feel about Factorio or Dyson Sphere Program blueprints. Those are, if you download one of my blueprints for either Factorio or Dyson Sphere Program and just stamp it down, then you have a Make Everything hub. Voila. It'll save you 20 hours of fidgeting with it with a single click. And that's here we're talking about, oh, you're saving half the clicks in the best case scenario. Like, I'm not impressed. It's the scale of things, right? It's the scale of things that in Factorio and Dyson Sphere Program, a blueprint can save you 20 hours. Here, it can cut down a 4-hour build into a 3 hours and 45-minute build, because all the rest of it is not going to be helped by blueprints. That's my point. Nope, you can't do Rails. It's also just way too small for Rails. I don't think I can get this to work. There's just no room for it. Sloppy alumina, bauxite coming in, that means water and that. It's yeah, that what I'm focusing on is the scale of things, like how good is it actually? This takes water, so it also has to be Yeah, it has to be the other way around, right? There. There is little value in this, but it doesn't fundamentally address the issue with a later game grind. The size limit really chokes things, yes. So, and it's a good example of why people are going, we want blueprints, and then they go like, here's your blueprints. They go like, yeah, but that doesn't actually address it. Okay, let's see if I can get this now. Sloppy Lumina is coming in here. That's the water. So this water has to be some kind of filter water thing inbound, which is going to be nigh impossible to build. Can't build it here. It's too close. And then this, the problem with this is that on here I need a valve. Okay, I have a valve. Shit, not good. Okay, so that's controlling the water. So the water comes in here, and bauxite also comes in here. That is that. No, it's not. It's not going in there.
Generous
hey, Hachu, baby blueprints, thank you for the 500 bits. Maybe this is the bauxite, and then this is the alumina no, it's not the alumina coming out. This is the bauxite. Yeah. Okay, so that goes in here. Yep. This will now be the next part, the scrap part. Thank you, appreciate it, Hachu. Aluminum scrap, coal, yes. So here, this will be the output of the scrap, and the scrap, I think that has to go up. I don't know. We're gonna have to figure out a way to build the scrap. We are gonna have 6 of these. Look at that! It's just not working. I'm so sad. Oh, look at that! I need 6 of these. Can I build 2 next to each other? I don't even know.
A gleaming endowment.
Encroaching someone's clearance? Yeah, it does. Hey, Triplex, thank you for that. And our hype train that we thought we were going to have earlier was just killed because Twitch decided to follow in the footsteps of Copystain and just bug out. This cannot go up, though. Well, maybe. Oh yeah, that's another little thing that's also been added. Yeah. No? That was a nice donation there. Okay, let's try and see if we can build. And it's gonna have to be clipping or floating. Those are the only 2 options we have. Clipping or floating. Mark II versions of all buildings? Yeah, absolutely. That's a... very clear idea. There's also the part that this is not my favorite way of working. Even if we could build these kind of things, then, you know, I'm not getting vast amount of joy out of building stuff like this. It can have a certain charm to be like building ultra compact, but even this is too compact. Okay. And I don't even know if it can be done on input side. Yeah, then it overlaps on that one. It can't be done. So it can't be built aligned for this because then it's too far out. It can't be aligned with that one because then it's into that one. It can't be in the middle because then there's no way for the belts to go in. And these ones are using exactly the amount of space that is available here. Exactly. There's no leeway at all anywhere. It goes all the way out. I mean, that mod, Lone Outlaw, that mod is already being worked on, if not already. Hey, JD, what's JD? What? JD, there. Being post-dinner. What? Good evening, JD. Wherever you are. I can't find you in chat. But yeah, Shokiro, that is 100% not happening. A million billion percent not happening. I am not gonna make it into even less useful things and just cram it in like that. That's absolutely not happening. It's a blueprint has to be either a module or a, yeah, it has to be a module. And if it's not a module, then it's not really doing anything. There, this I think would be, yeah. So that could actually be done, like build up here. But ultimately, and this is the core of everything. Does it spark joy? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, there is no joy in building like this. When you're working with Factorissimo and Factorio, then there is joy in kind of fidgeting and kind of making something neat. And even in that case, I would always favor less efficient or less less throughput in favor of having something that's symmetrical. I mean, Jeff has made some cool designs that I just go like, yep, that's cool, but no. And this one is very much like, what's the absolute maximum thing you can squeeze into this? You can build 5 of these. Cosmetic breakthrough on YouTube got me addicted to a new game. Awesome. Way more challenging than it seems at first. Yeah, absolutely. I think that with Cosmoteer, it really just... The thing is that you have an idea, and then as you start implementing the idea, you start seeing so many constraints like movement and power and armor and protection and shields and thrust and all those things, and those you sort of mentally have to balance all those things and compromise, and you find some good designs that are like, okay, this is a good engine module, this is a good shield module, this is a good I don't know, factory into production into something, and those little modules you sort of start piecing together, and then you sort of, okay, I'm going to compensate for this by having a bit more crew than I like, or by having a bit less armor or something. Ghost of Oryx, thank you for the 5 months. And I think that's really interesting. That's some interesting trade-offs you always have to do. So, and that means they call garbage. Most simulation games have the same issue on Unity. Well, I think there's a lot of things that would be able to work around it, like entity limits and stuff. But I don't know. And honestly, if entity limits is the problem, then fucking give us Mark 2, 3, 4 of buildings, a Mark 3 smelter that smelts 10 times as fast. Just give it to us. Then you don't have an entity limit, and then you have something that you can do in the late game. Like, it is not an unsolvable problem if you have a dedication to solve it, because this isn't great. This is just a lot of entities that need calculations. Give us something that's higher tier doing the same thing. That would solve a monstrous amount of issues. Or just, I don't know, I'm brainstorming, right? Just proliferation. You can do iron smelting, or if you did iron smelting in one of the other ones, then you add a magic component, and then it would go 10 times as fast. I don't know, something, right? Yeah. I don't understand the technical limitation that they are certain we'd run into, because it's not a number of building things, because again, people have built insanely big bases by hand. Yes, exactly. If they go like, oh no, we have to, I don't know, it's like, we give you some new running shoes so you can run faster, but you're only going to get one of them because we don't want you to run too fast. They're like, well, don't fucking give us running shoes then. It's like, like, you can, why is the blueprint the thing that makes, the blueprint size the things that make you worried about entity size, entity number in game? And then in that case, then okay, you're gonna have like 3 streamers that will have issues. Okay, tough luck. Let's game it out. It's bits and kibits. Tough luck. You hit the entity limit. Too bad. Boo-hoo. Everyone else gets to have an improved gaming experience. Like, that's the kind of thing. Like, why would you ever design things again for, I don't know, I just mentioned a couple of content creators, but it's not the average user that's gonna hit the entity limit. And if you hit the entity limit, then give it a fucking pop up and says, congratulations, you hit the entity limit of 65,000 entities in game. You have to delete some before you can make more. Okay. Everyone else would get a better experience. It's the same as souping. Yeah. Souping is also like, yeah, we can build bigger. I can't make this it make sense. I'm sorry, I can't make it make sense. It's just not my, I'm disgusted by what I'm trying to design here. It doesn't spark joy. I can see it for very basic designs, and I can see it for architecture things, but like making cool compact modules, I just don't see it. They're going to be so ugly that I would never touch them. And there are still, give them a coffee cup and a glitch texture. Yeah, something like that. Like, congratulations, you beat the game. Now go away. The one thing I think would be useful would actually be, I wonder if I can find that in the time we have left. I can try though. But how? I know YouTube has a default playlist that only I can see that's called liked videos. And I know I gave that video a like 2 years ago. But I also know that I built it in one of my series. So maybe we'll just try finding it in one of my builds. Clear design, yeah, but then I have to build the level again. The floor again, so no. I think you should make... That's exactly socket bottom. That's exactly what I want. But I'm looking for the right one. Because there is a rotating one that's really cool. And I built it once, but I cannot remember what base it was that I built it in. I don't know. Let's go touring. Season 6? Season 7? I don't know. We're just going into a random base. Ah, well, crashed. It's in your thumbnail, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe. Did I do a Hyperloop thing? I think I actually did a video for it, and I think I did a video for it because I thought that, you know, yeah, update 3 design, railgun launcher, that's the linear one. Yeah, no, unfortunately not. Well, that did not work. It was a really small YouTuber who had like a really tested a million different designs, and there was something like you had like 2 loops. They were slightly offset so that you got more and more speed, and then you get too much speed, you would be flung out because of the angle would no longer sort of snap in, but it would just fly out, and then you would go off. It was super cool because it just rotate a cyclotron, right? And it didn't take much space. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I don't know. I know I built it. Hey, that's the one. You found it. 11K views 2 years ago, 471 viewers. Damn, Jeff, you know you're a Google fool. Oh, and someone just commented, still works in experimental update 6. Okay, now let's try and figure out how to build it. I can't do that. Please give us an overlay of top down. Yeah, I can't do it. Damn it. I'm gonna try. Yeah, the problem is I can't see what's going on in these designs. The problem is like there are so many sort of small questions. There's no way I can build this. There's no way I can build this in just sort of, yeah. I'm gonna need to sort of go through it. I'd have to watch the whole video and then build it. I'm gonna put it there. Yeah, I'll just illustrate the point of it. It's not gonna work. The idea would be something like this. And then the fact that you would fly out, eventually hit, I don't know, something like this one. And then that would be the whoosh out. Like this is the idea of it. So you run in and you go, How does it actually? Yeah, you would have to go in to that one. To be tighter and closer. Yeah, I know, but the problem is that I need to sit here and shit. Let's just watch. It's so difficult to figure out what if I'm not watching. Okay, it's like half tile. It actually looks like this is the right location. Fuck it. I actually think this looks very much like what it should be. And then it'll be here, here, and I don't know if that one is even correct. Doesn't matter, I have to build it outside first because it's not gonna work inside because there's no power inside. I think these have to be as tight a curve as it can be. One over. And then that one in, and that one in. Okay, now it's the other way of what I thought it was. What if I go in here? Don't know if this will ever be relevant, but fuck it. Turns out to be something completely different than what we thought it was gonna do here. I got kicked out the wrong place. Okay, so maybe it's actually not bad, but right now it doesn't know which way it's gonna be kicking us out. So let's make sure we understand which way it's gonna kick us out. If that's aligned, that's probably better, because I want to make sure that I only get kicked out over there. It works. It doesn't get as much as I'd like, but the idea is good. Now I just don't know how to make it better. This is not enough power. It's not enough speed. If I make it tighter, it is going to be less likely to throw us out, right? So if we make it a little bit tighter, like that, then it's going to be a lot harder for it to kick us out, and that means we are going to be at higher speed when we are kicked out. And I think this one probably has to be oops, noodling. Let's try it. I don't know. not bad. That's not bad. Certainly a compact version. We can add a few on the way out, but it kind of defeats the point by doing that, I think. In, and then a good angle. Noodling upwards, and then fun and games. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we're in business here. Still within, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's within. I'm dropping. Oh no! Oh, just millimeters off. We'll use this one to get back. I'm not sure if more loops work, but make it inverse vertex. Yeah, this one has more power. Oof, straight in. I don't know if that's too much angle upwards. Alright, so how much space does it take? It takes 1, 2, 3. And in this size it takes... Do we think we can build it in 1? No, we can't build it in 1. It'll be 2 by 4. I'd love a legit inline accelerator instead of this hack. Yeah, but is there room for it? I don't think that there's not enough room for making it fast enough. I don't know if the loop is closed, then probably just breaks at some point, disconnects or some other silliness. But the linear one is going to be too long for 4. Oh, a new, oh right, yeah, absolutely. I also think that it's something that I would hope that some architect developer is going to be like, it's not good that we build it like every time it goes in it gets plus 10% speed, because it's physics breaking. But you know, that's maybe more of a mentality thing. Has to go a little bit up, right? There. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that's definitely not good. Definitely not good. How did it just become so much worse then? What if we run in? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 times? It's not much. Don't know. Can we make it tighter? Would that make it better, or would it just make it impossible? We can try it. Because why not? Yeah, that's probably going to be too tight to work, but fuck it. Oh my god, what is it? R. Can probably not even get in here. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. It's bad. Yeah. Anyway, that's kind of verdict. Yeah, hypertubes are more fun. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'll do a review of this tomorrow. And I don't think you should expect to see me play Satisfactory in update 7. There's nothing about this that makes me go, ooh. Basically, for me, this takes an 8-hour build and makes it into a 7.5-hour build. But you're going to have to spend an hour making the blueprints to cut down half an hour. That's kind of how I feel. So, could set up a hypertube that jumps straight into another one. Yeah. Well, of course we can. I just don't really do those kind of silly things. So, yeah. Such a surprise to me, but fair enough. Yeah, nowhere near enough to get it back in. Exactly. One of the few things that would fit inside the design. Yeah, exactly. So, anyway, that's... so don't expect more Satisfactory on stream for me, but that's okay, because we have tons of other cool things tomorrow. Tomorrow is a probable with Floodland. If not tomorrow, then it's going to be Thursday. And that's a sponsored stream for a first look on a new game that is a post-apocalyptic survival colony builder sim. Yes, that is a category, and there's quite a lot of them, and they're super fun. I like them. So let's give that a shot on upcoming. We have more Dyson Sphere, we have Cosmoteer, we have, in the not so distant future, we have Ixion coming out, and we also have Midnight Suns, which is probably not going to be particularly popular, but interesting as well. We're interested to see your review. Yeah, I'll have a think about it, if how I'm gonna be angling it. So we have tons of cool things. Also, there is a new Dyson Sphere tutorial on YouTube today, and it's super amazing. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot of interest in Dyson Sphere for these kind of designs, but every single comment has been super positive about the designs and how awesome it is, and I'm really proud of it. It's something we designed last time, and now I broke it into 4 blueprints that can sort of be stamped on top of each other, and it just magically works. So that means, yeah. Nah, I have a lot of positive YouTube commenters. I mean, my upvote percentage is 99.5. That is pretty damn good. So thank you for your likes. I do notice them, and I do appreciate them. And I'm just always like that one dislike or 2 dislikes. I just go like, that's my competitors who coming in and just, oh, it's someone who doesn't like my accent. It's fine. So thank you very much for that. It does help, and you know, it's cool. One of the things that I just want to mention here for the people who are still around, this was really funny, is my black hole video is is suddenly popping off. It's completely weird that it's popping off. It's for the last 30 days or last 28 days. It is my second most popular video after the How to Play Factorio. 51,000 views in the last 28 days. It's a 600-day-old video, and it's suddenly just... Suddenly, I just started noticing more comments on it. I was like, Really? What? It's a 2,500 views per day for a video that's this old. It's crazy. So awesome. Weird how that works. Cool. I will be seeing you guys tomorrow, and hopefully maybe for some Floodlands, or maybe I'll take a day off if I have to, and then it'll be on Thursday. So check out my Discord, follow here, and I'll see you guys. Thank you for your support. Good night, take care, and stay effective.